Welcome to the Los Angeles Business Council's 10th Anniversary Sustainability Summit, California's energy and water future in a global market. This event is being filmed for the purpose of a live stream for your colleagues. We ask that you please silence your cell phones during the program. You can use our social media tag to share today's best ideas and important issues to inspire action. Please join me in welcoming the Los Angeles Business Council's founding chairman and co-founder and chairman of Rexford Industrial Realty and the CEO of the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation, Richard Ziman.
Good morning, good morning. Well, there's more of us coming. It looks a little sparse. They're outside, but we know that we're not only sold out, but because we're sold out and fully committed on seats, that we will be streaming this. So some of you are going to be on TV, as you'll find out from your friends. Welcome again. This is the 10th anniversary of the Los Angeles Business Council Sustainability Summit. It's hard to believe it's 10 years. The Los Angeles Business Council has been supporting and pushing energy and energy conservation and opportunities in energy conservation. You're going to hear a lot about it today. This year's theme, California Energy and Water Future in the Global Market, highlights the state's environmental challenges and how business leaders are working with the public sector to meet regulatory requirements while growing a robust and globally competitive clean tech economy here in California. Remember, California is the epicenter of clean technology. Next 10 has reported that in 2014, California attracted $5.7 billion, which is half of the clean tech and venture capital investment in all worldwide. So here in California, we were over 50% of worldwide $5.7 billion alone. We have UCLA, USC, Caltech, among other world-class universities and research institutions here in Los Angeles. Los Angeles County has the largest manufacturing workforce in the nation, the largest regional economy in the United States, and the two largest ports in the United States. Los Angeles and all of California are a driving force in green buildings, renewable energy development, electric vehicles, all of which we know about, and other innovations necessary to meet our climate goals. Just last week, 175 countries, a record number, signed the historic Paris Agreement, COP21, on climate change to keep a global temperature rise below 2 degrees centigrade. Doesn't sound like much, but worldwide, an enormous impact. As a result of the Paris COP21 agreement, 20 visionary nations joined together to launch Mission Innovation, each vowing to double their research in clean energy technologies to make clean energy available and widely affordable. The response from the private sector was to develop one of the largest public-private partnerships in the world, called Breakthrough Energy Coalition, led by Facebook, Amazon, and Salesforce, to invest capital in early-stage technology and clean energy development around the world. The University of California is also at the center of this effort and will commit $1 billion of its investment capital for early-stage and scale-up investments in clean energy innovation and initiatives over the next 5 years. Additionally, the UC system will commit an additional $250 million to fund early-stage technologies emerging from the University of California ecosystem. Now celebrating our 10th year, this Sustainability Summit of the Los Angeles Business Council has policy and advisory goals to attract clean energy investment to the Los Angeles region and help area businessmen with innovative technology and solutions to provide new opportunities for public and private partnerships to address our environmental challenges. Today, we have two outstanding business keynote speakers. SunPower President and CEO Thomas Werner will discuss how the Paris COP21 agreements are opening up new global markets for reasonable energy. He will also show us how our governor's goals for renewables and energy efficiency, coupled with the rapid cost reductions for renewables, have created an unprecedented opportunity for clean energy investment and job growth here in California. We are also honored today to have Marissa Buchanan of JP Morgan Chase, who is the Executive Director of Sustainable Finance. She will explain the sustainability transition that is rapidly gaining momentum in the financial sector and community, and how major banks are deploying capital in innovative ways to invest in sustainability. Today, we are also releasing the special UCLA Los Angeles Business Council Institute FIT, F-I-T, FIT page report on the LADWP feed-in tariff solar rooftop programs. That allows property owners to generate solar energy and sell it directly back to the utility. This report highlights successful completed projects in the program and the financial and environmental benefits. UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation estimates that once this program is fully implemented, the 150 megawatt program will have attracted more than $500 million in direct private investment, will have leveraged over $300 million in federal tax credits, and created 3,500 local jobs. The program will also avoid the release of 2.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, which is the equivalent of removing more than 500,000 cars from Los Angeles streets and roads. As the program continues to gain momentum, major owners with large building portfolios in Los Angeles are coming on board to participate. The Port of Los Angeles announced an agreement in December with Hecate Energy to develop 10 megawatts, that's 10 million watts, of rooftop solar capacity at the port under the feed-in tariff program. We're very proud later today that LABC will announce the largest solar feed-in tariff project in the country that's going to be built here in Los Angeles. Before we move ahead with today's program, I would like to thank our exceptional speakers, all of our event hosts and committee partners, LABC's Energy and Environmental Committee, and our over 50 cooperating organizations. Your contributions have made today's summit possible. I would also like to give a big thank you to the J. Paul Getty Center for having been a terrific host this and in former years for our annual summit. It is now my pleasure to introduce Maria Hummer-Tuttle, Chair of the Board of Trustees of the J. Paul Getty Trust, and to welcome you on behalf of our host. Maria joined the board of Getty in 2009 and was elected chair this past June. As a longtime practicing lawyer, Maria was a partner as well as chair of the management committee of Manat, Phelps, and Phillips, headquartered here in Los Angeles. She served on numerous boards throughout her career, including the Los Angeles Music Center, the Arm & Hammer Museum, Los Angeles World Fairs Council, and Fitzer College. It is now my pleasure to bring you Maria Hummer-Taylor. Maria.
This is fun. I haven't seen Dick in a number of years. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. We at the Getty, the trustees, and all the staff, we're quite proud that you have, for 10 years, chosen us to be the site of this important gathering. We really hope you keep coming back. We want you to know this, that we continue to share your commitment to creating a more sustainable environment. There are projects underway at both the Getty Center and the Getty Villa that are designed to reduce landfill waste, improve energy efficiency, and conserve resources. To cite just a couple of examples, our facilities staff are examining new ways to convert gray wastewater for landscape irrigation. And the Getty's grounds and gardens manager is replacing aging landscape with native California plants that are obviously better for drought tolerance. Our newly built restrooms, and I'm going to talk to you about our newly built restrooms because I'm also proud of the fact that we had last year 165,000 children come to the Getty, and we want to make their experience as pleasant as possible, and most of their time in the museum, not waiting for the restroom. And so we have built new facilities. They're naturally ventilated. The fixtures are obviously water conserving. We've built them with simple materials. They can be cleaned with all green products. We've also embarked on a new major project to renew our building management systems to result in significant energy savings. But beyond conservation efforts at our own facilities, we are helping arts organizations and museums around the world with what we call cultural sustainability. The Getty Conservation Institute is focused on preserving the world's cultural heritage by developing and freely sharing innovative approaches and conservation practices. One such effort is the program that we call the Museum Lighting Initiative. This project focuses on preserving works of art on paper by discovering ways to reduce the damage caused by standard museum lighting methods. Obviously, our visitors can't enjoy the art if they can't see it, but light exposure remains a thorny problem because it neither can be eliminated nor can it be completely controlled. To address that issue, the Conservation Institute is working to design new lighting sources that transmit less energy while actually improving the aesthetic experience for the visitor. Our primary mission at the Getty is to be good stewards of the cultural heritage. But we believe very strongly that we also must be good stewards of our environment. We are proud of the efforts we're making, and we're so, again, happy that you are here and back with us. You do so much good by this gathering. You help us, you help so many others, so please come back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kate Diamond, Design Principal at HDR.
Los Angeles, more than perhaps many modern cities, has had a really unfortunate habit of looking for single-focused engineering solutions. So we ended up treating our river as if it was a storm sewer. We treat our roads as if the only question is whether we can move more cars. When Eric Garcetti became mayor, he brought an ecosystem approach to Los Angeles that thought that we can achieve triple bottom line solutions that really address things in richer ways while being efficient and real life. He looks at the river as an opportunity for economic development, for social equity, for the neighborhoods along the river, for environmental restoration of habitat, for the creation of recreational opportunities and beauty, as well as solving the storm issues of Los Angeles. He looks at our roads as places where we can deal with making great pedestrian safe environments, transit environments, bicycle environments, as well as moving cars. They are part of our great open space system of the city. He brought this environmental ecosystem approach to the city and created the office of the first sustainability officer of the city of Los Angeles. And he recruited Matt Peterson as an impeccable, bringing his impeccable history of environmental responsibility from Global Green, but also because he could build coalitions and listen to a whole rich network of people and voices to create a real plan for both short-term and long-term strategies. Matt listened to business, and the LA Business Council certainly played an important role in that. He listened to leadership in sustainability, to all of the stakeholders to develop a rich, first sustainable plan for Los Angeles. It's really exciting to see that it addresses all of the aspects of win-win on social responsibility, environmental responsibility, and economic responsibility. We really believe that by doing right, we can do well. He's here today to give us a first report card because what you do not measure, you cannot improve. We have a critical paradigm shift in so many aspects of what we're doing, the way we design buildings, the way we design our infrastructure, the way we do business. It's critical that we measure our progress and take those steps that will lead us to a genuine sustainable future. I hope you will join me in welcoming Matt Peterson.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Mayor Eric Garcetti, we welcome you to the Sustainability Summit and thank LA Business Council for this esteemed gathering that they bring together so many leaders and experts and practitioners every year who really focused about the business of creating a sustainable city and a sustainable economy that creates economic growth and opportunity for everyone. And I think it's safe to say that the LA Business Council is not just a great organization, it's one of the most important organizations in Los Angeles, and it's only possible because of the membership that it brings together, the companies and the partners, to help make Los Angeles a truly sustainable city. And that's what I want to spend just a moment talking about, because many of you in this room, and certainly the LA Business Council, played an important role in creating the Sustainable City Plan, a comprehensive look at how we create sustainability in Los Angeles. And just last Friday, on Earth Day, we released our first annual report. How do we hold ourselves accountable to this comprehensive vision that the mayor released on April 8th, 2015, so that we showed measurable and demonstrable progress towards both the short-term and long-term goals. And so just a quick overview of how the plan is structured, and you can download the original plan at plan.lamayor.org. And you will see this is the framework and how it's structured. And we really made clear that sustainability is not a euphemism for the environment. It is about the three legs of the stool, or the three pillars of of sustainability, with the environment, economy, and equity working together. How do we improve all three? They have to work together. That's why LABC's role in passing the minimum wage was so important. That's why focusing on increasing the number of housing units is important to creating housing affordability, as well as driving more investment into affordable housing to address the inequities that exist in our city that impact the middle class as well as the homeless population on our streets. These strategies are all in the Sustainable City Plan because of people like you. So this is how it's structured, a vision of what do we want Los Angeles to be in 20 years? How do we create that city that we want under these 14 different topic areas? What are those measurable goals that are ambitious yet achievable, and the strategies and initiatives to get there? And so we just released our first annual report, and you know, again, the business community has been critical to put just both the plan together as well as institutions like UCLA. So in the plan, we had a tremendous amount of help from PricewaterhouseCoopers sustainability consulting arm. They gave over $1 million of services and time to do the analysis to create these targets. UCLA gave an enormous amount of time as well, and other organizations. And for the report, we had Chiat Day, the iconic advertising firm based in Los Angeles, dedicate pro bono services to help create this document. And you can download this online, but I'm going to walk through just some highlights before we move on with the program. So, number one, you've heard a lot about the drought, and the mayor has asked people to step up. We set an ambitious target that some thought was unachievable. Reduce our water use by 20% by 2017. We're a year ahead of, we're 8 months away from 2017. We're already at 19% reduction. A tremendous marker of progress, and it's enough to fill the Rose Bowl 200 times. We have the most solar installed of any city in the country. And let's give a shout out and a round of applause to LABC for their leadership in getting us there. We have a long way to go to hit the targets we set in the plan, but we've picked up the pace. We've begun to remove those obstacles so that residential permitting times are instantaneous now. You no longer have to go to the counter to get a solar permit of 10 kilowatts or less. That we've removed the barrier of interconnection and reducing that waiting time by 70% to get your system turned on once it's installed. And we've put up enough power to solar to power 50,000 homes. And we've also reduced greenhouse gas emissions. As of December last year, we released our climate action report, went back, did the hard work of updating the 1990 baseline using current methodologies that are much better, much improved, so that we really were sure about our baseline and our progress by 2013. And we've reduced GHGs by 20%, almost half the way to our 45% by 2025 goal. A couple other highlights. We've diverted enough waste from the dumps to fill the LA Coliseum 21 times. We're at about 75%. We're on our way to getting to 95% by 2025. Some other leadership examples. The mayor pulled together mayors from across the country to create a domestic voice, building political will, getting cities to compare notes on how they do their inventories. Not sexy, but really important work. As somebody said, some of this work like that, as well as the thing that we did internally, like creating departmental chief sustainability officers, 27 departments have CSOs working together, things like the mayor's national climate action agenda, working on municipal inventories, may not be sexy to some people, but it's married sexy. Really important stuff. We've replaced 38 miles of water pipe infrastructure. We've beaten our goal already of our LABC 60 million square feet Better Buildings Challenge target. In the economy, we've created nearly 10,000 green jobs since Mayor Garcetti's taken office, from solar, energy efficiency, water infrastructure, and we haven't even counted those transportation jobs we can put into the mix. We're on our way to hitting our 2021 goal of 100,000 units of new housing. $70 million have been invested into LA Clean Tech Incubator companies. We're going to launch the LA bike share system in downtown Los Angeles. We're driving the electric revolution. So we set a target of 1,000 publicly available EV chargers by 2017. Well, I'm here to tell you today we've beaten that target a year ahead of time as well. We're at 1,024, and we're going to be well on our way to 2,000 by the end of 2017. LA River Access, Cleanup Greenup. Last Friday, the mayor signed up the Cleanup Greenup ordinance. This is going to help those communities most burdened with environmental pollution, health problems, other challenges that are in their community, to have the resources through the ombudsman, through this ordinance. We're also going to make sure the housing units that are built near freeways have the cleanest air possible through the most aggressive indoor air quality laws in the state. We've saved over 700 million gallons of water in the city of Los Angeles by leading by example. Through our Rec and Parks department's done a tremendous job. All of our departments, Department of Water and Power, everyone has stepped up to the table to reduce our water use across the board. we've, across, our overall reduction in percentage is 36%, and that doesn't include all our proprietaries in rec and parks. Something I'm really excited about, we set a target in the plan that each year 50% of our vehicles across the entire city's fleet would be EVs, pure battery electrics. We're going to have the largest battery electric fleet of any city in the nation by June of this year. The LA Police Department will take delivery of 100 EVs here in the next couple weeks. And we're continuing to improve our leadership on energy efficiency. And let me just close with this. Again, sustainability is not a euphemism for the environment. It's really about the economy, equity, and the environment working together. And you know, the plan is not the mayor's plan. It's not the CSO's plan. It's not Department of Water and Power's plan. It's our plan. It's your plan. And we can only succeed in hitting these ambitious targets to create the Los Angeles we want, to make the most sustainable city in America if we work together, if you adopt the plan yourself, like LABC did. So go to plan.lamayor.org, make your commitment to adopt the plan into action. Tell us what you're doing that can help advance and move the ball down the field to achieve these targets. And let's continue to work together. Let's move towards creating a city we want and hosting the Olympics to be the most sustainable Olympics ever in history, not just the most successful financially, but the most sustainable in 2024. And let's build this. We know that oil built this city, but let's build this city together, the future powered by the sun, in your ingenuity and leadership. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
We now welcome Alex Pugh, Development Manager with Hecate Energy, one of the major contractors in LADWP's Bundled Fit, to say a few words on the developer's perspective on renewable energy development and finance in California and introduce our business keynote.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today representing Hecate Energy as the project lead for all commercial and industrial solar development in Southern California. We are a proud sponsor of the 2016 LA Business Council Sustainability Summit and are proud to be part of the council and Matt and the city's efforts to increase the uptake of renewable energy in the city of Los Angeles. Hecate does this by developing energy projects at the intersection of cutting-edge conventional and renewable technologies, with a focus in energy storage, large-scale wind, solar, and commercial solar. We were founded in 2012 by a team of energy industry veterans. Since then, Hecate has grown its solar pipeline to over 334 megawatts in the US alone, with hundreds more megawatts of solar, wind, and storage projects around the world. California and Los Angeles have shown incredible leadership in the renewable energy space and have become a particular focus of our resources and capital over the last 2 years, and we hope for many more years to come. For example, construction has begun on the 162 megawatt Beacon Solar project with LADWP, and we've recently signed a PPA with the city of Palo Alto for 3.7 cents per kilowatt hour. That's the lowest price for any solar PPA in the United States. On the commercial side, Hecate is working with LADWP to innovate the new feed-in tariff program through the Fit 50, where Hecate is able to offer commercial and solar power to property owners. This project was championed by the LABC, and you can find more information about it in your conference materials or on the web at hecatesolarla.com. At Hecate, we're already putting our Fit 50 to use with the Port of Los Angeles, where we're installing more than 10 megawatts of solar this year. So the importance of our work has never been clearer, particularly in light of the Paris Climate Conference. We have a worldwide goal to hold global temperatures to no more than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And at Hecate, we're helping to do this by pushing development on renewable energy projects while keeping prices at the lowest ever. And although we know how to achieve these PPAs, we couldn't do it without the support and partnership of innovative and forward-thinking investors. So to that end, I'm pleased to introduce this morning's business keynote speaker, Marissa Buchanan, who is the Executive Director of Sustainable Finance for JP Morgan Chase & Company. Marissa Buchanan will be speaking about the important changes in the way that financial institutions and investors are now viewing sustainability and the new innovative ways that financial sector is deploying capital towards sustainability-oriented projects. Marissa helps to lead JP Morgan's client engagement efforts on sustainability risks and opportunities. Marissa has built the firm's knowledge and leadership on climate change, carbon asset risk, and is responsible for the firm's carbon disclosure and environmental, social, and governance reporting. She has over 15 years of experience working on energy and environmental issues in the private and nonprofit sectors. She's previously held positions as an analyst with Bloomberg, developing methane reduction projects with the Verdugo Group, developing renewable energy with Eco Energy International, and has been part of the CERDNA Foundation's environmental team. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me in joining Marissa Buchanan to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's such an honor to be here today on behalf of JP Morgan Chase to support the Los Angeles Business Council in the 10-year anniversary of this fantastic event. I know Mary and her team have put together a really impressive agenda, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the discussions ahead today. I have to say, I'm also so happy to be home. I don't think I realized how sun-deprived I've been in New York City until I landed here yesterday and got to see the sun, which is so great. I grew up in California, both in the Los Angeles area and in the Bay Area, and got my start working on sustainability issues as an intern home from college during my senior year. And I think it was really the ability to experience all the great things that California has, the nature and the beaches and the mountains, but also getting to experience some of the challenges that this state faces that really sparked my interest and passion to work on these issues, and that eventually brought me to the sustainable finance team at JP Morgan. So it's been 20 years since I've lived here now, and I have to say there are some things in California that haven't changed much. Jerry Brown is governor again, and the Rams are back in town, go figure. But there also has been a lot in California that has changed. I know the state has always been a leader on sustainability issues, but it's been pretty remarkable to see the progress that has been made in recent years here, as well as around the world. California is celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the passage of AB 32, which was at the time, and I think still is, probably the most significant piece of climate and energy legislation that we've seen. When AB 32 was passed, I think the California PUC estimated that about 11% of retail electricity sales came from renewable energy, and as of 2014, that was around 25%, so great progress. We've also seen California to push further on its 50-50 goals on petroleum use and building energy efficiency and renewable energy, and I have a feeling the state may make some of its goals before 2030, given the state's progress on other issues. And we've also seen, about a third of the people now working in the solar industry are employed in California. That's in the U.S., so that's great news. And also worth noting that Los Angeles County has the highest number of solar workers in the state. And of course, in December, we saw the world come together. This was 195 countries to sign a landmark agreement on climate change. And it's pretty rare that you see 195 countries come together on any issue, let alone climate change. And I think even though there are a lot of questions around how this commitment will get implemented by countries at the national level, I think, we can't underestimate that this really signals that countries recognize the scale and severity of the issue and are really committed to come together to address it. So as a global financial institution, this sustainability transition, we see happening, is also happening in the business community, and we really see that every day. Just some quick background on JP Morgan Chase. We are the largest U.S. financial institution. We operate in over 60 countries and have more than 235,000 employees globally, including close to 14,000 in California. We lend money. We help companies raise capital from investors to build and grow their businesses. And we also invest capital on behalf of individuals and institutional investors like pension funds, endowments, and foundations, as well as governments. We do business with most of the Fortune 500 companies out there, and we also do business with a lot of small companies, including almost 700,000 small businesses in California. And of course, we have relationships through Chase with over 10 million customers in California. We as an institution are proud of the fact that we really lean forward on the environment. We came out with a policy on coal earlier this year. We're one of the largest tax equity investors in renewable energy projects in the US. And we also came out publicly last year in support of the climate agreement in Paris. And we're also doing things like putting our philanthropic capital to work to support investments in conservation. We are proud of the fact that we were the lead sponsor of an initiative called NatureVest, which is an initiative of the Nature Conservancy that is working to figure out how to scale private investment in conservation, really enabling investors to earn a financial return on their capital while also creating conservation benefits. And NatureVest is looking at a range of interesting projects around sustainable forestry and agriculture, and also doing a lot of work around green infrastructure in urban areas. And we're really excited about some of the new models that NatureVest is pioneering, and really think it holds great potential for this sector. In light of our global footprint, I think one of the unique things that it gives us is a bird's eye view into the issues and trends that really impact our clients. And I think one of the things that we've seen over the years is that sustainability issues have really become a growing priority and focus for many companies out there. We see them, for example, trying to figure out how to feed a growing population, including the 800 million people around the world who go without sufficient food. They're working to figure out how to provide the energy needed to meet growing energy demand globally, while also figuring out how to do that with cleaner energy sources. And they're also doing things like trying to address sustainability issues like deforestation and their supply chain, really for products that we as consumers buy and consume on a daily basis. And I mention these examples because I think, they really illustrate how the conversation around sustainability has been shifting in recent years. I would say it's moving beyond the concept of sustainability being about minimizing one's footprint, things like reducing energy use and greenhouse gas emissions and water, and, even to some extent about it just being about the right thing to do. And while that's certainly important, I think what we really see is that companies now are figuring out how to integrate sustainability into their core business strategy to really gain a competitive edge. And it's thinking about, for example, the potential to grow market share with new products and services. It's about how to appeal to consumers, and especially millennials now, that increasingly value sustainability. It's about the opportunity to strengthen one's brand and reputation to really be an industry leader and innovator. And at the end of the day, it's fundamentally about good business, and I think there's a growing recognition that focus on environmental and social issues is an important part of that. So alongside these business developments, I think we're also seeing a similar transition underway within the financial sector. One of the big things that has happened in recent years is that I think, the way that companies manage environmental and social issues has become of increasing importance to investors and to company shareholders. There has always been a segment of the investment community that has been focused on environmental and social issues, principally for moral or ethical reasons, but I think the shift that is unique is that this has really been towards more mainstream investors like pension funds that are starting to look at this. And I think this is really because environmental and social factors and topics are increasingly viewed as core to companies' financial performance. One of the leading estimates out there finds that about $20 trillion, that's about 30% of assets under management globally, is being managed with attention to environmental, social, and governance issues. So this is thinking about things like, for example, how electric utilities may be impacted by changing environmental regulations or growing consumer demand for distributed energy, or how a company's approach to something like diversity and workforce and training and development can impact companies' ability to retain good workers. We've also seen interest emerge from investors on specific environmental topics, especially climate change. I know some of California's own pension funds have been very effective in drawing attention to the fact that while climate change is a long-term issue, it is also an issue that investors and companies need to be focused on today. And this is even an issue that California's political leadership has been active on. I know the Honorable Kevin De Leon, who will be here later today, introduced legislation that was signed into law last year requiring California's pension funds to divest from holdings in thermal coal. And we're also seeing more shareholder proposals than ever focused on climate change. Companies are being asked to disclose how their operations could be impacted by climate change trends or risks, such as physical impacts and extreme weather related to climate, or also things like changing technology and market trends. We're also seeing others asked to set greenhouse gas reduction targets, deploy more renewable and distributed energy, and also for many companies do things like set methane reduction targets. And what may seem like a bit of an unexpected twist, we're also seeing some companies start to support some of these resolutions that have been filed by shareholders. Some large diversified companies have actually come out recently and said that they're going to start disclosing more information about how they're managing climate change risks, including risks of stranded assets. And while this activity has really been investor-driven, we're also seeing the regulatory landscape pick up in a way that is creating space for investors to more fully consider environmental and social issues. Last year, there was federal guidance issued that said that not only can investors consider environmental, social, and governance issues when they do investment analysis, but that they specifically should, especially when these factors have the ability to influence financial risk and return. And earlier this year, the Financial Stability Board, which is an international group of regulators, launched a task force to develop guidance to help standardize how companies voluntarily disclose information about climate-related risks and opportunities. JP Morgan Chase is actually serving as a member of this task force, which is being chaired by former Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Climate change and disclosure are topics that we have been working on and thinking about for a long time, as I'm sure many of you in the room have been as well. And we are excited about this process because we think there's a lot of value in transparency, but there's also value in consistency, both for companies and for the financial sector. So we're really looking forward to see what comes of this process later this year. So, in addition to what I would call a growing sensibility of the capital markets to sustainability issues, we're also seeing some interesting innovation around new financing tools to support sustainable development. One of the things that we've been very excited about is green bonds. And for those of you who aren't familiar with green bonds are essentially regular run-of-the-mill bonds where proceeds are used to finance projects with environmental benefits. Global issuance in the green bond market was about $42 billion last year. That was almost 4 times the volume in 2013. And while that's relatively small compared to the bond market overall, there's excitement about the potential for green bonds for a few reasons. One is that bonds are familiar to mainstream investors. They know what they are, they know how they work, and investors now have an opportunity to buy bonds that are also creating environmental benefits. And for issuers, and these can be companies as well as governments, green bonds really provide a way to raise capital while also communicating sustainability priorities and initiatives both to investors and to the public. Just for example, a few months ago, there was a large California technology company who many of you are probably familiar with that issued a $1.5 billion green bond to finance things like renewable energy and energy storage and green buildings. And just last week, we saw the state of California come out and publicly announce that it had purchased about $200 million worth of green bonds to support things like climate-friendly growth as well as climate adaptation. All these developments, I think, really demonstrate that there are a lot of exciting developments happening within the financial markets. And, I think we're at a point now where we have to figure out how to keep the momentum going, but we also have to figure out how we're going to increase this momentum, especially if we are going to address the types of sustainability challenges that we have on the horizon, especially issues like climate change. But financial markets don't grow in isolation. They really grow in relation to there being a strong pipeline of commercial investment opportunities that generate good returns for investors. And just to give you a sense of this, Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimated that about $329 billion was invested in renewables in 2015, and yet only about $14 billion of that was in public equities. And I think what we want to underscore is that the real potential for scale and where we really need to make headway is in public markets with large-scale commercial investment opportunities. You know, when you really have good projects with solid returns and low risk and creditworthy counterparties, you get investment. And you also enable, I think, importantly, a really broad range of investors, especially mainstream investors, to participate in these types of opportunities. I'm sure many of you have heard the saying that capital follows two things. It follows technology and it follows policy. And we certainly are seeing capital chase technology right now. But I think, you know, we also know that if we're going to tackle an issue like climate change and also to do it soon, we need more early stage technology innovation. And we also need to enable more capital to support it. And we also need to increase the commercial viability of what's already out there and that we're using. And this is where government policy, as well as effective partnerships with the business community, and you know, I think the partnerships that the LA Business Council have built over the year have been extraordinary in this regard. You know, these are really, really instrumental to keep the momentum going. This is one of the reasons why JP Morgan Chase came out in support of the climate agreement in Paris last year. You know, we really recognize that the private sector has done a lot and will continue to do a lot and play an instrumental role. But it's really hard to get everybody moving in the same direction at the pace that we need unless you really have consistent, thoughtful, and long-term policy signals from government. And this is really important because, you know, I think when you're looking at undertaking a large-scale transition like the one that we're about to undertake, you know, there will be issues that will be challenging for the private sector to solve on its own. Just as an example, I know there's a lively debate happening in California right now about how to pay for maintenance of the electric grid when more and more consumers are adopting distributed generation systems. And, you know, really, I think for us, in order for sustainability to be sustainable, it has to make economic sense, and it also has to be equitable at the same time. So obviously, lots of very important opportunities for policy. The sustainability journey that we're on is really going to be a decades-long evolution. I think you've got both businesses and investors that are excited about this and really want to put their capital to work for the long term. And I think policy needs to think that way as well, to really be thoughtful and strategic in driving and facilitating this transition, both within the next few years, but also for future generations. So on that note, in closing, I really want to commend the state of California for its leadership and long-term vision on sustainability. You know, we're 10 years now into the passage of AB 32. I think it's pretty remarkable that it was passed by a Republican governor and has been implemented and expanded by a Democratic administration, something you don't see that often anymore. And, you know, public efforts, public support for these efforts continues to be strong, which I think really shows that this work can be done successfully. As someone whose job it has been to follow energy and climate policy for a number of years now, you know, I really can't emphasize enough the influence that California has had on this dialogue over the years. You know, I don't know where the courts will eventually land on the Clean Power Plan, but you know, I think whatever happens, we really hope to see the U.S. continue to take a strong lead, and we really owe California and all of you in the room a big thanks for your leadership. Thank you so much.
Next up to the stage is the first panel, Pioneering New Approaches to Reach California's Climate Goals. Your moderator is Chief Sustainability and Economic Development Officer at the LADWP, Nancy Sutley. Welcome back. It is now my pleasure to introduce our second panel, Sustainability Challenges and Opportunities for Los Angeles. Your moderator is Brad Cox, Senior Managing Director of Trammell Crow and Chairman of the Los Angeles Business Council Institute. Please welcome Brad and his panel to the stage.
Good morning, good morning. Been a phenomenal morning so far. It's great to have all of you here at this spectacular Getty facility. It's my pleasure today to introduce Andrew McAllister, who is the Commissioner of the California Energy Commission, who is going to share a presentation on strategies the California Energy Commission is employing to meet the state's new goals to double the energy efficiency of buildings by 2030. Andrew was appointed by Governor Brown in May of 2012 as the economist member position on the 5-member commission. He has over 20 years of technical, programmatic, and policy experience in the fields of energy management, efficiency, and renewable generation. Prior to joining the commission, he was most recently the managing director and director of policy and strategy at the Center for Sustainable Energy. Andrew studied both engineering sciences and art history at Dartmouth College and included MS and PhD degrees from the Energy and Resources Group at UC Berkeley. Please join me in welcoming the Commissioner to the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here after a couple of years. Let me see here. So there's an incredible amount obviously going on in California today in the clean energy sphere. I'm going to make a few highlights and really just talk. I don't have any slides. Really just highlight some points that I think are topical today and also really important going forward. As you know, the Energy Commission is the state's energy policy and planning organization. We don't directly regulate utilities, but we really line the field in terms of the major policy issues that the state faces. And we do power plant siting and permitting. We do forecasting, which is incredibly important and I think is an often underappreciated resource for the state. The forecasting of the resources, the energy resources that we need in the state. And those of you who've been in California for a long time know what a fundamental resource the modeling and the data collection and the work that goes into that forecasting is. And I think really everybody who's in the clean energy sphere has a stake in making sure that we're taking the right information into account and using it in the right ways to come out with our forecasts, which we have very aggressive goals for clean energy, obviously 2030, 2020, 2030, 2050. So the Commission really takes that as their top level responsibility to include everyone who has relevant and valuable perspectives in that process. So buildings. The first thing I would say is, if you haven't already, have a look at the Assembly Bill 758 Action Plan. I'm a regulator, so I can't, I don't have any like major beautiful media, presentations or anything, but I can say there's a document you can go look at. It has a lot of good graphs in it, I'll say that. But that was a bill that was passed a number of years ago now, and last September we adopted the action plan, and it's organized around 5 goals, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of those goals. The first one is government leadership. That doesn't just mean sort of, cosmetically. That means up and down the project food chain. That means doing projects on government buildings at the local, county, state level, and public buildings in general. We really lead by example. That's what that means. The governor has issued a number of executive orders along those lines, but it also means getting the policy landscape right. Government has to lead, and we've been doing that in a number of ways. Most notably, I think last session, SB 350, AB 802, which puts in place a benchmarking program and really digs in on the data collection, data availability issue. That's been a huge barrier, and I hope we can talk about that in this panel a little bit more, getting data to the right hands. And that's my segue to goal number 2, which is data for informed decision making. We're in 2016. All of you have your cell phones. Hopefully you're not looking at them right now. But you get hit with ads every second that take into account where you are, what your last few searches were, what your interests are, all sorts of things like that. Now, do we do anything like that in the energy sector? No. Not, I mean, we're crazy. How can we even think about that? It's just not done. Well, it has to be done. You know, I should be able to walk around in Best Buy and scan the refrigerator barcode, and it should be able to tell me what the impact on my life is going to be, right? What's going to happen to my energy bill? Well, the technology exists to do that. It's not rocket science anymore. It used to be, but now it's not. And so those sorts of, that's one example of a data landscape that will help us get the right information into the right hands at the right time so that the marketplace can function effectively. And the market barriers around energy are still very present and still really, I think, mitigate the impact that we can have with some of our policies. So I really see data, you know, both from the Energy Commission forecasting perspective, but all the way down to the consumer, to the contractor that's trying to sell a product to an individual consumer, and everything in between. Data, information, knowledge is the currency of clean energy in the future, and that is something that I think is still underappreciated. It sort of makes sense to people, but there are some nuts and bolts we really have to work out. You know, we can't minimize privacy. We actually obviously have to work through some issues in terms of what kind of data goes to whom, et cetera, but there needs to be vastly better data availability, and much of it can be automated. So those are two goals that I wanted to just highlight from the action plan. The Commission does a lot of other things, and you know, apart from that action plan, a lot of it's built into the action plan. It's a substantial document. And a couple of the things that I want to highlight that specifically land at the Commission have to do with really research and regulation. Regulations are a big part of this. I mean, where there's a market failure, that's what the state is for, is to step in and see how we can resolve that market failure. We often do that with codes and standards. So my goal at the Commission is to make our codes and standards more applicable, more effective, more understandable. So we do the Building Energy Code. Building Energy Code is notoriously difficult to understand and navigate, and so we need to make it easier for compliance to actually take place in the real world. And that's a place where the state and local government, you know, speaking to LA, have a real stake in working together. We all benefit from making sure that the code is applied and that the most modern, cost-effective technologies are in place. And that is in many cases done through code, through minimum requirements for building upgrades. You know, most of the buildings that are going to be here in 2050 are already here today. And so if we're going to meet our energy goals, and we're going to specifically double energy efficiency savings, if we're going to double the amount of savings we're getting from our efforts, then we have to go through the existing buildings. And much of the savings are in the non-residential space and the commercial space, but obviously every single Californian, well, not every single, but the vast majority of Californians actually live in a building. And many Californians actually own buildings that are an investment for them. And so we really need to work with people. I mean, I think that's an underappreciated aspect of the energy system, is that it actually is, it's about technology, certainly, but it's actually even more about people making decisions. And so it's a cultural phenomenon as much as it is a technological phenomenon. It's a huge achievement, a capital investment, long-term accomplishment by our society to have the grid and the gas distribution systems that we have. But they are run by people and they are utilized by people, and those people make decisions that affect the consumption of energy. And so we really have to figure out, again, how we get the right information to people, how they know about the technologies they can apply, who's offering them, who's selling it, for how much, so that we can all make deals. The private sector, this is a top-level message, the private sector has to do this. We spend $1.5 billion or so a year on ratepayer-funded programs for energy efficiency, which is terrific. Lots of good stuff, you know, rebates and education, outreach, you know, lots of different kinds of development. Those resources actually help develop the code and do lots of wonderful R&D. They fund early-stage R&D, commercialization, lots of good stuff. But the actual task at hand is literally a couple of orders of magnitude bigger than what we spend in ratepayer funds. So the vast majority of the funds has to come from the private sector. So we have to create the landscape in which the private sector can thrive and solve some of these problems. So that's a fairly, it's a big job. I'm actually incredibly optimistic that we can do it. You certainly, those of you involved in the marketplace, you certainly have an avid listener and an open door at the Energy Commission, in my office for sure, around energy efficiency, to promote innovation, to figure out what's going to work, to bring us your experiences so we can help replicate or spread them around in terms of best practices. So Very much looking forward to the discussion here. We've got a great panel, so I don't want to take up their time out of respect. Certainly looking forward to interacting with them and with where the discussion goes. So thank you very much, and this is I'm very gratified to be here.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. That really helps us set the stage for today's panel. A couple items. The panel today, we're going to discuss the immediate energy reliability and the environmental challenges that we are facing here in LA County as a result of the Aliso Canyon methane leak. We can't have a sustainability conference and not have George on the stage where we can't have that discussion. And then we're going to move a little bit into a discussion about what the Commissioner brought up of some of the near-term challenges we have, to discuss the major opportunities to drive local investment in sustainable solutions, energy efficiency, and renewables. And in particular, talk a little bit about the social equity piece. We want to ensure that the money that we're spending today on these programs really does filter down to the disadvantaged communities, not only here in Los Angeles, but throughout the state. So that will be kind of the second half of our discussion. Great. So it's great to have the panel. I think I introduced the Commissioner. To his immediate left is Strella Service, who is the co-director of California Environmental Justice Alliance. To her left is the Honorable Jimmy Gomez, who is the Assemblyman from California's 51st District. To his left is George Minter, the Regional Vice President for External Affairs and Environmental Strategy for Southern California Gas. Jonathan Port, the CEO of Perma-City, sitting to his left. And last but not least is Ala Ronan, who is the Program Administrator for LA InSync of the Annenberg Foundation. So we got a great group here to talk today about some of the issues that we have set the table for. I'm not going to go any further in their bios. They are in the program if you want to read more. And I think we have to start off with George. I know Southern California Gas has been working hard on the methane leak in multiple capacities. I want to talk specifically about there were 5 commitments that you announced that were part of the program and commitment to residents. One was to ensure the residents in the affected communities return home safely. I think the second was that you would ensure that they had high-quality customer services and a large resource base available to those residents. I think third was you're going to really dive in, which you have, to investigate the cause of the leak, working with the regulatory agencies to inspect the wells to make sure that others are safe in the neighborhood. And then I think the last was developing a plan to mitigate the GHG emissions that resulted from that methane leak. So I think we'd like to focus a little bit with you, the Commissioner, and other panelists on what is the correct response, knowing that you have laid out one, and then focusing in on how we ensure that we have the reliability of gas service this summer. We are facing potentially, we've talked about as a result of not having that backup supply, we could have as much as 14 days of outage at peak periods, which is dramatically impactful on the businesses in Southern California. So before I start off and we have our panel discussion, George, if you give us kind of a brief update on where you are and the viewpoint from Southern California Gas.
So you weren't kidding when you said I'd be on the hot seat.
Yeah, no, I think you've been there for a little bit, for a while.
Yeah, I think we're used to that. Well, let me address what happened and where we're at. What happened is we had a leak on October 23rd. Our focus was always on safety, employee safety, customer safety, community safety, addressing the leak, resolving it as quickly and expeditiously as possible and as safely as possible, and addressing community impacts. And that's been our focus from day one. The leak was difficult to stop. We went through several iterations of what's called a well kill, which essentially is you pump in a brine solution to offset the pressure of the gas moving forward with pressure down, create a stalemate, and we weren't able to exert enough pressure, and so that results in the need to drill a relief well. A lot of people were concerned about, well, why is it taking so long? Well, drilling a relief well is like, and LABC is comprised of a lot of developers, so you guys will be familiar with this. You've got to find a site, you got to grade the site, you got to erect the foundation, you got to build your superstructure, and then you got to start drilling. So it takes a couple of weeks, actually, to put the rig in place to get ready to drill. And we were doing that from very early on. We stopped the leak in February. During that time, there were periodic readings every day by the air agencies on levels of methane, levels of mercaptan, other constituents of concern, benzene, all of which were below or at and around background levels. There were a few days where there were some readings of spiked benzene, but still below OSHA levels. We recognize that folks were smelling methane. Well, what they really were smelling was the mercaptan, which is an additive to the methane. And it does, very, very low levels, can make some people nauseous and other folks not. We had identified a radius of about 40,000 homes, some of whom decided to relocate. I think at the height of the leak, we had about a little under 8,000 homes relocated. So 32,000 homes did not relocate. At the end of the leak, when we stopped the leak, and we've been monitoring, and the agencies have been monitoring the air every day, we called for folks to move home, and there was some debate over, well, what's still there? The air agencies still today are monitoring every day for methane, mercaptan, and benzene, and you can see that on the ARB and the South Coast websites, and they're clear every day. That's a remaining issue now. Half of the folks have gone home, or about half have gone home, and half haven't. So we still have about 4,000 families of the 40,000 radius, or say 10%, that have not moved home, and they're very concerned because the LA County Public Health Department really hasn't made a definitive determination about indoor air quality or health impacts. So that's the current status. That's where we're at in terms of the leak, the effect on the community. We have done relocation. We are doing household cleaning. We're doing extensive and full house cleaning as an offer to all those who are concerned about any constituent elements in the house. Really, just an aside, methane is a gas that's in our atmosphere. We breathe it every day. It's not harmful to anyone's health. The only way methane is harmful to your health is if you've got too much methane, you have no oxygen, you would asphyxiate because you're not getting oxygen. And that the issue that's been of debate and that has been of concern that people have smelled is the mercaptan, which has been added to natural gas for over 150 years for safety reasons. The bigger question is what's happening now? And there's really two broad issues. One is, how do we manage the demand for gas in the peak times, which typically in history has been wintertime. That's when demand goes up because of everybody's need for heat. But in recent years, we see demand for gas goes up in the middle of the summer when we have heat waves to provide natural gas to gas generators to provide for these peak demand days. And that's what the concern is ahead of us, in the period ahead of us. And that is that we brought the volumes of gas stored in the field down to very minimum levels. It's a very large storage field. It's the largest west of the Mississippi. And by the way, the reason you do natural gas storage is because you build a delivery system to deliver to customers, but oftentimes the demand is greater than the supply that you can get in from out of state. And by the way, most people don't understand that natural gas that we use in California doesn't come from California. 90% of the gas that we bring to our customers comes from out of state. It comes from the supply basins in the Southwest and the Rocky Mountains, and it comes by pipeline. Our pipeline delivery into Southern California is far less than what a peak winter demand day would be. And so that means you need storage. Just like you have water reservoirs to store water, you need natural gas storage. People ask me, well, what did you do before you used these old oil reservoirs, which, by the way, held natural gas and oil. That's why you select them for natural gas storage. It used to be you actually had containers that had bladders in them, and people may be familiar with some of those along the 405 looking off to San Pedro and some of the refineries, because those were the site locations for some of those. And you replace those with much safer and higher capacity underground storage. So now we're in a situation where we brought the volumes down, and the reason we, instead of taking pipeline delivery to customers through the winter, we were withdrawing from storage, and that brings the pressure down and makes the job of stopping that leak more easier and more effective. So now we're at a very low level, and the debate is, okay, what do we do now? Well, the concern is not about the storage reservoir. It's not about Aliso Canyon natural gas storage. It's about the wells. We had a well failure. There's 114 wells. The function of these wells is to push gas into the ground and to pull gas out of the ground when the demand is there to remove it from storage. That's what the wells do. This field was an old oil field that operated in the 30s and 40s. We purchased it in the 70s. It was significantly depleted. We recharged it with gas to operate as a storage reservoir. And it's a critical reservoir for electric generating plants. There's 17 operating plants that are directly served out of Aliso. And that's the current concern. And so the focus of the regulatory agencies has been, how do we ensure well safety? The concern of the community is, well, we need to shut it down, or we need to make sure it's operated safely. And I think where we're at is that DOGGR, which is the regulatory agency, has passed emergency regulations that requires us to inspect every well before any well is opened. And we are now working with the legislature, which just passed out of committee Senator Pavley's bill, which is consistent with the DOGGR regulations. We unveiled a plan about a month ago that's consistent with these regs that will focus on more recently drilled and higher capacity wells that will undergo the new inspection regime. And this was a regime that was developed by LBL and scientists nationwide. And when those wells pass inspection, then we'll be able to inject and withdraw. And that's the plan going forward. We anticipate being able to be operational at a limited basis in August. That's what we announced a month ago. The challenge is, how do we get to August? And then after we get to August, how do we build that supply reservoir for the winter months? So that's the challenge ahead of us. And we're working with DWP, CEC, ISO, and the PUC to develop different approaches to conserving, using energy efficiently, limiting dispatch, and managing demand as we go forward.
So before I jump into a couple of questions for the rest of the panel to comment on your comment, the gorilla that's hiding in the closet is this, the impact on the global greenhouse gases. This methane leak was quite substantial, and there's a whole debate out there about what that impact is going to be, both short-term and long-term, and there's been a number of different recommendations as to how we attack that. Could you talk a little bit about your thoughts on how the gas company views some of the solutions to that impacts, and then we'll ask the Assemblyman and Estrella and the Commissioner to kind of opine on your thoughts and what they see as the impacts as well.
Well, I think the reality is, when you look at the leak, the capping of the leak, addressing the community concerns with respect to relocation and air quality, when you stand back and look at all of that, the really significant environmental impact of this leak is the climate impact. It's the volume of methane that went into the atmosphere. Early on, we recognized this was critical to address, and early on in December, we went to the governor and said, look, we understand that this has significant climate impact and that we will mitigate this impact, meaning we will take out of the atmosphere methane that we put into the atmosphere. And so that's the approach of the gas company. Now, the governor, when he issued his emergency order, which required us to withdraw and to bring the levels down and got all the agencies working together and did a whole lot of things, one of the things it also did is it charged ARB with developing a mitigation plan. And they have done so, and we have been in dialogue back and forth when that was developed, and we've made comment, and we made critical comment. Our focus is going to be on methane mitigation, mitigating the climate impact. We're looking at developing a suite of programs that really will look at a methane-oriented program. So some of the debates about, the CO2 value, and is it a 100-year time frame or a 20-year time frame, and what's the global warming potential of methane? Is it 24 times or 84 times? If you really focus on methane, that debate's not relevant. And so I think the agencies would like us to do that. That's where we'd like to go, because we think that's where the opportunity is. And when I say that's where the opportunity is, the ARB and the state is developing a short-lived climate pollutant plan. And the focus of that plan is taking methane out of the atmosphere. Now, let's just put the climate impact of LABC into perspective. The largest sources of methane emissions into the atmosphere is not the oil and gas industry, it's not the infrastructure. Gas pipelines are probably less than 6%. The whole oil and gas sector is about 9%. It's really the human production and waste stream. 85% of the methane emissions to atmosphere in the state, under the state's inventory in the CARB plan, is landfills, wastewater treatment, dairies, agricultural operation, ranches, and woodland waste. Those are the real sources. And so from our perspective, to address the impact of our leak, which is now stopped, we will focus on those sources and capture that methane. And ultimately, we put that in the pipeline and we deliver it as an energy resource. And that's actually renewable natural gas. So the idea here is to displace the fossil gas with the renewable gas and actually bring the carbon content of gas supply down. One of the things that we've been talking to agencies about is that actually we need to think about gas supply like we thought about electric supply 30 years ago. It was predominantly fossil electric supply. We had some nuke, we had some hydro, but we focused on solar, we focused on wind, which are renewable resources. Well, gas supply we can make more renewable as well because there's a lot of renewable gas that can displace traditional gas supply. And this is an opportunity to do so, and that's what we intend to do.
So Assemblyman Gomez, I know this has been front and center on your radar screen. I'd be interested on your comments on the plan as proposed and some of the challenges and opportunities you see as a result of the methane gas leak.
Well, thank you first for having me. Fairly new to some of these issues, but I have been discussing with Senator Pavley and others. She was front and center, so I'll give her credit because she was one of the leading advocates on this issue. What I've been informed is that one of the things we need to look for is a complete, fully offset the emissions that were released during the leak. It was 111 days, and during that 111 days, you had 100,000 tons of methane that were released and then 8 million tons of CO2. And although methane goes everywhere, and of course the mitigation can take place anywhere in the globe, it should be focused locally. And the reason why is that communities don't think about what you do in China or what you do in a different part of the globe. They think about what you do to mitigate what occurred in their own backyard. So focusing on local and regional approaches to reduce that methane, to fully offset and mitigate it, is going to be a step in the right direction. It's not only makes sense, but it's also good politics, good outreach, and good PR. And that's where we're really encouraging you to go, is to focus on the mitigation at the local level, figure if you can focus on projects that also have co-benefits to them, that focus on disadvantaged communities. Because when you have a situation like this, if I'm thinking about it, it's not just about fully offsetting the methane emissions globally. It's about what can you do to prove to people that you've taken every responsible step. And some of it is PR. It really doesn't matter if you do it somewhere else, but it matters to the people who are impacted. And that's where I would like to encourage SoCalGas to go.
Well, let me comment on that because we agree. The challenge is being able to identify in a short time frame within the state of California all of the methane mitigation measures that really are accomplishable. And our intent is to focus in California. Our comments to the ARB was, we're talking about climate change as a global phenomenon and methane emissions are worldwide. And let's just keep that in mind. And that is a position that we've taken. On the other hand, we totally concur with your perspective. We'd like to see all of this have economic benefit right here at home in California as well as more locally. I will just comment, EDF had a blog entry just yesterday by Tim O'Connor, who's been one of the early critics of the leak and one of the early advocates of addressing and mitigating the impact of this leak. And his opening line was, LABC might have been big in California, but it was a drop in the bucket on what's going on every day in Texas. And he has a point. there are a lot of methane leaks associated with production that actually is related to gas supply coming to California. California dedicated, directed supply. So that might be a great opportunity there as well.
No, it's great. I mean, the gas company is a responsible corporate citizen. And Strella, talk a little bit about kind of, you're one of the advocates for making sure that the environmental justice does flow through, and we do have social equity here in the city and county. Can you talk a little bit about how you see the impact and some of the opportunities that may result as in partnerships with the gas company?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's, if you've been following the California Environmental Justice Alliance's work, I don't think it's a secret that we've been fighting to transition off of natural gas and more towards local renewable energy in California, and it actually fulfills our state's climate and energy goals. We've heard a lot over the years about SoCalGas and other utilities calling natural gas a bridge fuel to local renewable energy. I would like to take a different perspective and really, ask that we stop focusing on that bridge of natural gas and focus more on the other end that's not being paid attention to, which is the renewable energy, which is the solution that we see. And I think that the Aliso Canyon is a climate and public health disaster that exemplifies exactly why natural gas is dangerous to communities and to public health. And what we've seen is that 69% of people that live near an oil well or a gas well are people of color. And we also know that a majority of the gas power plants get sited near, in or near communities of color. And so from our perspective, we're really looking to see the equity and the benefits of the mitigation plan get to environmental justice communities, particularly low-income communities and communities of color, because they are, in fact, the ones that are going to be most impacted and the most ill-equipped to deal with the damage that has been done. I think for the mitigation plan, that we've read in terms of the Air Resources Board, the recommendation is that the plan needs to look at equity within the plan, and then also focus on disadvantaged communities. So there is a very clear charge there, and we would agree, and we would think that we would want to see a lot more renewable energy efficiency in impacted communities, especially the disadvantaged communities that often live next to these oil and gas wells and next to the power plants. So I would like to take that sort of approach in terms of building the positive solution at the other end of the bridge.
No, I think your comments are well taken, and that's part of So we're going to flip. This conference is never about fossil fuels. It's all about renewable energy and thinking forward. So I think, George...
Can I actually just say a couple things on
yeah,
this?
No, please, Commissioner.
I can't really keep silent about
this. We can't let you off.
And, yeah, so...
Now, if you have comments...
We're running a little bit behind, but the governor in January executive order was very, very clear, loaded us with a whole bunch of responsibilities along with the other agencies. We've developed a plan, CEC, CPUC, CAISO, DWP, and DOGGR, the Department of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources within the Natural Resources Agency. So all of us have different pieces of this. DOGGR is looking at really DOGGR and CPUC are ensuring safety. Safety is number one, right? Mitigation is the ARB, as George said. In the near term, we're all looking together to figure out, how to keep the power plants running this summer. I think one of the big surprises here was, astonishing really, that, this forced our understanding of how dependent we were on that one massive field. The fluid dynamics is pretty clear now that, gas travels pretty slow through the pipelines. You need something nearby. If you don't forecast correctly, and you don't have the contracts and the dispatch in place, then you can easily have not enough gas going to power plants. And so if it's a little hotter, if it's a little more demand for some reason than you thought when you planned the day before, then that's a bad thing. And so, in the near term, we need to make sure that doesn't happen in terms of just electricity reliability. That's really safety and then reliability, a short second maybe, but they're both incredibly important. So totally agree with Strella. You know, efficiency, demand response, managing the grid. It's not just about cranking up more power plants. It's also about mitigating demand. And so, as I said before, we have a huge array, a huge quiver of technologies that we can use. We need to deploy them and commercialize them and implement them quickly and effectively. I mean, that's our, in my view, that's the strategy that sets us up for long-term success. If you look at 2030, 2050, and you count the gas molecules, you know, if we're talking fossil gas, we really can't do a whole lot of new investment in gas infrastructure. I mean, in terms of power plants and everything. And if we do, they can't run very much. We have 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. That's not a whole lot of time that you can have a gas plant on. And so luckily we have a lot of replacements, and we have a lot of technology, power electronics, and highly efficient, LEDs are a game changer. I mean, I can go through the list. But in the near term, if you're going to get solar thermal, go ahead and do it. If you're going to replace your lighting system, go ahead and do it. We need to really ramp up the resources on the efficiency side, both for natural gas and for electricity, but particularly this summer for electricity. And then later in the summer, the natural gas action plan going into winter we're going to do another one. The agencies are going to do another one. That's a strategy to get us through the winter. In the summer, it's keeping the electricity system reliable, and then we move into the winter so we have enough gas for heating. So there's a whole lot of, there are lots of moving parts to this, and I see it as a great opportunity to to be forward-thinking in our policies and choose the ones that have co-benefits, long-term co-benefits, and really the demand side and implementing technology forcefully and muscularly in the gas sector and the electricity sector is really key.
Yeah, it's part of our challenge out there is how do we inform, educate, and communicate to the users that they have lots and lots of options. Yeah. And George, I'll come back to you in a minute. I'd like to have Al talk a little bit about what LABC is up to and how that, the programs that you are implementing in your education process and your outreach and how that links back in to helping some of the consumers, users, and individuals, consumers out there really access programs and money to implement some of these programs that the commissioner was talking about.
Absolutely. So my name's Ala, and I'm with the Annenberg Foundation, which 3 years ago started an initiative called LA in Sync, with the ultimate goal of bringing more federal and state investment into the LA County region. And we do that mainly by providing technical assistance to different organizations and municipalities competing for federal and state grant money. We provide technical assistance in terms of grants management when applying for a large-scale state or federal grant application. We provide letters of support, outreach, convenings of cross-sector partners, including the philanthropic sector, nonprofit, business, government, and academia. And we also provide help with obtaining matching dollars in order to be most competitive when applying for these resources. We are actually topic neutral, but we do follow the money. And in the recent year or so, with the Cap and Trade Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, we've delved very deeply into how we can attract more of these dollars into the LA County region. Now, especially with the mandate that 25% of those funds be spent within disadvantaged communities as according to the Cal Enviro screen, and 25% touching those communities and 10% within those disadvantaged communities. We've identified that many times those communities that this sort of legislation is looking to help most don't have the capacity to actually apply for the funds or competitively apply for those funds. So how can we identify which communities those are and how to best provide that technical assistance to them in competing? And just in this last round of Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities concept paper application, we were able to support 14 applications coming out of LA County in submitting concept paper. And next week we'll learn to see who gets invited to submit for full application and what technical assistance we can provide in that. Now, George, I know you haven't been getting a whole lot of praise lately, so don't let it get to your head. But the gas company actually came to LA in Sync over a year ago to learn how it can best support disadvantaged communities in applying for these cap and trade funding. So way before Aliso Canyon. And we were able to do workshops with the gas company. I'm sorry?
Can we write that down, George?
It's my project.
I'm sure he'll remember that, no problem. Yeah.
So we were able to do a workshop actually in Downey with the Cass Company to help with the outreach and education to these disadvantaged communities in applying for cap and trade funds out of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. We've also partnered with many environmental organizations, nonprofits, the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, in helping to organize cross-sector collaboratives in competing for this funding. Again, as I said, we are not topic specific, so it's not the only funding we're going after. We are currently looking to apply for active transportation money out of the state, and for the past 2.5 years, we've been working with the Smart Manufacturing Leadership Coalition in competing for a $70 million grant opportunity through the Department of Energy to bring a Clean Energy Smart Manufacturing Institute to Los Angeles. It's actually a statewide application, and it's part of the National Network of Manufacturing Institutes, the first time that the state of California came together in applying for one of these institutes. And it's still kind of a secret, but I got permission to say we just found out we're a finalist in getting this institute, which will be headquartered in Los Angeles, and that would create a boom of an extra $32 billion into the economy if we were able to get it. It would provide another approximately 100,000 jobs, starting at $100,000 or more in salary, and another 100,000 jobs in a mid-income level job, starting at $50,000. So everybody, please keep your fingers crossed that we do get this institute. So sort of to bring it all back together, we are very lucky here to have legislative officials like Assemblymember Gomez, like Senator Kevin De Leon, in providing us with the legislation to help bring in these really innovative and exciting programs. But how do we then make sure that we capitalize on that innovation, on that innovative legislation, and making sure that money gets here? It is affecting those communities that really need it the most in a positive way, and how we can catalyze all of the talent and resources that we have in our region in order to compete for this funding.
And just pulling off that, Assemblyman Gomez, talk a little bit about some of the programs at the state level that Ali talked about that would be available that you're working on that would help supplement it?
Thank you. First, so I'm working on a piece of legislation, AB 1550. Some of you probably have heard of it. It builds off of Kevin De Leon's SB 535, which was the 25%. And I don't have a program specifically that says money has to go specifically to this. What I'm trying to do is reconfigure how much of the greenhouse gas reduction funds go where, mainly targeting upping the amount under the SB 35 to 25% directly into disadvantaged communities, and then additional 25% to low-income households no matter where they live in the entire state. What's going on, and this, I need to give you some context of what's going on in the legislature so that you understand that there's tension regarding these programs, because a lot of people feel, a lot of the members feel that they do not directly benefit their areas, their districts. And you're seeing it kind of pull people apart and undermine the support of legislative leaders in cap and trade, as well as GGRF funds. And it goes back to a comment a couple of years ago. Somebody comes up and made we had a panelist regarding the program of cap and trade, the funding, where it's going, and one of the members complained that they hadn't had a project in their district. And that individual said, well, and that most of it was going to the folks on the west side of LA or the coastal communities through, new Teslas, solar panels on their houses, and so forth. And that person said, well, your areas are getting the benefit of clean air. And it kind of sent a little bit of a ripple effect through the caucus, because it reminded us of these trickle-down environmental policies, that the benefits, the direct benefits of these programs are reserved for those who are already in the best position to adapt, and everybody else just gets the trickle-down of cleaner air. And that didn't sit well with my colleagues. It didn't sit well with me, understanding that the people who are the most low income, most disadvantaged, are the ones that don't have necessarily the resources to adapt to our changing climate, and often are the ones that are less likely to be able to make any changes to their homes, to their habits, their cars, you name it, to actually reduce energy consumption or their greenhouse gas emissions. So we needed to kind of refocus that. So this bill is doubling down on the fact that we need to build a broader coalition throughout California, no matter where people live, and understand that they're going to see benefits, direct benefits, and their lives are going to get better. And that way we can have a broad coalition that has a shared stake in fighting climate change, a shared stake of reducing their energy consumption, a shared stake in this new way of thinking when it comes to energy and the environment. And I think that SB or AB 1550 might even help pave the way for an expansion of the cap and trade program, because if people feel benefit to it, they're going to be more likely to protect it. If there's current assembly members that say none of the money has gone into my district, then why should I support this program? Then you're not going to have the votes to pass any kind of expansion of cap and trade or the reductions targets. So we have a lot of work to do, but 1550 I think is going to really help. We have low-income individuals in San Diego and some parts of the Bay Area that don't get any direct benefits. So this program, hopefully, if it gets implemented, we will have this bigger and broader coalition. And to talk about kind of helping cities, there's a Speaker Rendon's assembly seat. I was looking how many projects he got in his district, very few, and as well as in Cristina Garcia's district. And part of it is the need to build up the capacity of those local municipalities to apply for those competitive grants. And right now, some of those areas are just not up to the area of expertise that's needed. So we're working on that. So we have a lot to do. Susan Eggman has a bill that would create kind of a one-stop shop for low-income households. So you can actually go and say you qualify for weatherization, solar panels, and a bunch of different other programs. So there are different ideas out there that are floating. Mine is more of just how do we get more resources from GDRF funds to the people that are less likely to benefit from any kind of program that's currently in existence.
So thank you, and Jonathan, I haven't forgot you because I'm saving the best for last. He's got some exciting news here, but just coming off of Assembly Gomez's comments, Strella, you led the coalition to pass AB 693, which was the multifamily affordable housing renewable energy program, which takes $100 million of cap and trade and really focuses on installing 300 megs of renewable energy on multifamily. Can you talk a little bit about that program? Because that kind of tees up what Jonathan's going to talk about here on some of the local solar programs that we've executed here in LA.
Absolutely, thank you. And I got to give credit to Assemblymember Eggman from Stockton for authoring that bill, and our allies, Calcia, who we worked really closely with on AB 693. So before I get into the details of AB 693, I just wanted to talk about the story behind it. AB 693 wasn't just a one-year effort for the California Environmental Justice Alliance. It was actually a 5-year effort on our part. The reason that we even began to engage in renewable energy is because, again, our communities live right next to natural gas power plants and oil refineries and are living and breathing the daily impacts of what gets spewed out of all of those facilities. And our communities were demanding something positive, a positive solution for energy in their communities. They really wanted all the good stuff and not any more of the bad stuff, really. And so 5 years ago, we proposed a similar bill, and this was back at a time when environmental justice was not known at all in the legislature, and certainly CEJA, the California Environmental Justice Alliance, had no name at all in California. And suffice it to say, that bill died, and we just kept fighting on and on to get the same kind of renewable energy program because our communities really deserve it. And that effort was not the effort of just just a single person, but is really a collective effort of community-led people, and particularly women of color walking the halls and going toe-to-toe with big lobbyists. So I just want to tell that story because that bill is really near and dear to my heart. It's not just one simple program, but it is really the story, I feel like, of environmental justice in California. So what the bill does is it is the nation's largest investment of solar in disadvantaged communities. It invests $1 billion over 10 years for solar on multifamily affordable housing. And it will be 300 megawatts when the 10 years is over. And that's huge. That means that California is saying, yes, we recognize that disadvantaged communities need this infrastructure, and yes, we're actually going to do something about it, and we are going to invest $1 billion into your communities. There are incredible economic and jobs benefits that come out of this as well. It's estimated that up to 5,000, green jobs will come out of this. Over 210,000 units of multifamily affordable housing will actually get and benefit from the solar, and greenhouse gas emissions will be reduced by 3 million tons over the course of the program. So there are definitely direct benefits. The status of the program right now is AB 693 is at the California Public Utilities Commission, and it's in a proceeding, and that proceeding should last up until the end of 2016. So the exact locations and buildings of where the solar will go is yet to be determined, but in the statute it says that the solar needs to get onto both disadvantaged communities and low-income buildings. And so that's kind of, the definition of those things is being debated right now. But LA will definitely see that. It is IOU specific, so our munis, unfortunately, won't get to benefit from the program, but maybe in the near future we can expand the program.
That's great, and that tees it up for Jonathan. The LA Business Council and the Institute have been very focused on rooftop solar, in particular in basin. As you know, we helped work very hard over the last number of years with the mayor to implement the largest in-basin feed-in tariff program in the United States, and we're very proud of that. We have a 150 megawatt program in place with the goal to go to 400 megawatts by in the next 2 to 3 years, and eventually increasing that to 1,500 megawatts. And it was interesting, if you take a look at the report, we really identified the opportunities and the success of the program in the most recent UCLA update that's in your program guide today. And we're also proud of the fact that if you look at the analysis, that over 40% of those installations are in areas that fit that social equity definition, that they're underserved communities that really are benefiting from this program. And that tees it up for Jonathan at Perma-City, who is the market leader here in Los Angeles and has phenomenal programs that he has executed in his company. And I want you to, again, talk a little bit about what you're doing and make some of the announcements that you have today.
Great, thank you.
With that, I appreciate your patience.
Okay, let's see, where do we start? This is an amazing panel, Red, so thank you. So we're very concerned as Perma-City with social equity. Perma-City means permanent city. Does not come from a savvy business point of view, but a goal. As I'm born in Los Angeles, I'm Angelino. I'm going to call this a Silicon Beach play under our new theme. This is really a vision to make LA sustainable and do the right thing. We think that 60% of the solar can be in basin and on roofs. May take a little reshaping of roofs, but that's my view of the measured capacity. It may take 100 years to do that, but we think it's very positive that we can do that. Let's see. Aha. Okay. So this is so I'm going to introduce you to Perma-City and our solar strap. Doing business in Los Angeles, I was on a quest to do the right thing and learn how to do business in Los Angeles, even though I'm born here. And that entailed in creating a product. We have earthquakes. We have buildings that aren't the strongest, and you really can't put extra ballast on them. And then we have building codes. We have very smart building officials here. And we've tried to get a permit. Jacob's in the audience, has tried to get a permit in the city of LA, knows how difficult it is. So the city of LA taught me, and Perma-City.
You're welcome for that. You're welcome.
They taught us how to behave. They told me if I want to go do business here, I need to get my own ICC number. I'm like, what's that? Oh, International Code Council. And I guess I'll be the first commercial system to have that. I learned why others hadn't done that in the process, but we will. It'll be issued this summer.
How many years was that, Jonathan?
And of course, you have to get UL, and you have to get an LAR number. You have to do a lot of things to do business in the city. But it's a good city. They do support you, and I'm proud to be here. So this theme is World Leading Projects in Los Angeles by Perma City. This is a picture of Forever 21. We put the graduating workforce to work from the trade tech. And we are creating jobs. We're really proud of that. And this job is in Boyle Heights, right next to downtown. I'll show you a picture of it. It's 5.1 megawatts. It is the most powerful corporate headquarters in the world. Wow. It is, excuse me, I was looking back. Thanks for that. It's 100 kW bigger than the headquarters at Apple, and it's more powerful than Toys R Us on the East Coast. So we actually have the most
It's
powerful
actually
corporate
El
headquarters.
Sereno, not Boyle Heights.
El Sereno, thank you.
It's in my assembly seat, that's how I know.
Please come for a tour anytime. The system debuted our solar strap, and if you can, I should look there. If you can take a look, you see it's not an even roof. This is what you find. Flat roofs, tilted roofs, things slide off, really tilted roofs, and flimsy roofs. So we had to create a system where you can mount one module, or in this case, thousands of modules, and work with many different roof types. And we did, and we also needed to put people to work and what they can understand. So that's Forever 21. We have the highest powered corporate record. Not the biggest system, but the highest powered. But bigger than Apple's headquarters.
Yahoo!
Silicon Beach.
I like that fact, that's a good one.
Okay, then we had to go down to the ocean. The ocean's very difficult. You got salt water, corrosion, marine grade. I had to hire a nuclear engineer to tell me how to get my metals right. Steel reacts with aluminum, it rusts out, and 5 years later, it's nothing. This building is a World War II building at the end, and it wouldn't hold a lot of weight. So good thing we're not a ballasted system. In fact, we don't even penetrate the roof. And so we built this, got to 1.2 megawatts, largest job at the Port of LA, and more to come. Okay, so I actually had to transition the company to be able to do this. So again, we're trying to move the envelope. Perma City likes to set the standards. So we couldn't give up our day job business, so we decided to help Fox Studio build the largest motion picture studio. That's, of course, in West LA. Great customer. It's not a roof, it's a very robust steel carport. So you can see it from Pico Boulevard, you can see some Galaxy Way, you can see big cantilevers, beautiful design. Real proud that they chose us to build that, and they're great to work for. Okay, so that's all leading up to the next one. Now, the next one is we're taking the world record, 16.4 megawatts, City of LA.
This will be the world's largest solar system.
On a roof.
In basin, on a roof.
In basin. Wow. There's another thing we're going to take. We figured out how to get the highest output with more commonly available materials. So this system will produce up to 45% more power than standard equipment. There's some unique attributes we have when we combine with the roof, when we use our system, and when we get really smart about it, especially in the latitude of Los Angeles that we've learned. So we're going to take 2 records here, and we're real excited about that. Real excited about it. And of course, that's allowing us to, I forgot to say that this one delivered the lowest cost fit to date, lowest cost operating fit to date. We took the record there. This one will take it one step further. And we'll open the opportunity because LA is a very smart community. We don't want to be like the Germans and pay 60 cents a kilowatt hour. They seem to know what they want, and they set the standard. So this one's going to bring that down to 13.5 cents, and it's going to offer prevailing wage jobs to all the workers. It's going to give people an opportunity. So to summarize, I'm just a little nearsighted, so I have to look back at the screen. So it's going to produce 565 million kilowatt-hours during the 20-year contract. We're talking about 530,000 tons. Okay, not quite, but it's contributing to that. It's equivalent of 5,000 homes, 6,000 cars. It's a really good move for LA. 500 direct jobs, both on-site we fabricate our materials here in Los Angeles County. We're creating the jobs here. That's one of the challenges of the fit. So by being a member of Silicon Beach and very dedicated, we're doing our as much manufacturing here as we can. And again, we're also increasing the quality of the roofs. These all have reflective, eco-efficient TPO roofs. I do have to thank a few parties. I have to thank, well, who do I thank? Oh, we're doing it all with union labor, and because they do a good job of taking care of their people. So we've got to thank both Local 11, Local 300, and Local 1309. We have to thank the mayor's office, who's been tirelessly making it happen. LABC, of course, Brad, and Mary Leslie. We have to thank the Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety, because they have taught us how to behave ourselves and actually get permits. And they've been very wonderful to work with. And we need to also, of course, thank our finance partners, JF and TGC, who are not here today, but have spent a lot of time in Los Angeles and are joining LABC, of course. And then we do need to give a shout out to two people in the audience, Roy and Gerardo, who worked tirelessly to also make it happen. Shh, about that one. Okay, so there it is. Thank you very much.
Oh, very nice. That's a nice story. It's a great success story. So, Commissioner, talk a little bit about kind of the challenges and opportunities. I'd like to hear from each one of you, and in particular, George, I know the gas companies work very hard and in partnership with DWP on energy efficiency here in the basin. Talk a little bit about some of the tools that are out there, both either policy or other opportunities for us to really improve our energy efficiency pipeline. And I know you're working hard on it at the commission level.
Absolutely.
And you talked about it earlier. Just talk about where you see those opportunities move forward. And I'd like to hear that from each of the panelists on how we work collaboratively together to really move to the next level.
Okay, well, I wanted to mention a couple things that, building on what the Assemblyman said. Certainly completely agree that the local governments are the key entity here. I mean, the building departments have the critical jurisdiction for the majority of the stuff we're talking about. You have to go get a building permit. It's safety, it's health, and it's energy efficiency. And you know what? Energy efficiency isn't the highest, isn't the top priority among all of those. The building departments have a tough job. During the crisis, a lot of them got rid of their, half their staff during the downturn. And so as the economy rebounds and as we impose, sort of requirements on the energy front, it is a struggle for them to deal. And I think we have to call a spade and figure out how we can help bridge the gaps that they feel in their day-to-day obligations and labors if we're going to expect them to do the things that we want them to do from the policy perspective in the energy front. So I think frankly, a frustration of mine at the Energy Commission has been the need for resources at the local level to help me be a true partner with the local governments to really get things done in a way that affects real buildings and real people, because we don't have that direct reach down into the project itself from the state level. And so I think there's really a critical kind of team building that needs to happen there, and that takes some resources. The other thing I'll mention is Prop 39. It's a place, it's not exactly, there is some focus on disadvantaged communities in terms of having a bump of the resources that they get allocated, school lunch, subsidized school lunch kind of factor. But that is I think a nice collaboration, a nice initiative that gets to some of the issues we've been talking about. And schools they're community focused. They really do need resources. They've been underfunded for a long time, and I think that program is a limited term program, but there is some talk about keeping it going, and because there is much more need than the funds that we currently have. A few $1 billion, couple $1 billion, goes to a certain amount, but there are a lot, we're a big state, we're going to hit 40 million people. We have a lot of schools and a lot of children that need quality learning environments. So it's really just a drop in the bucket. So that's an opportunity. The last thing I'll say, there's a kind of an epic, struggle here. Celebrity deathmatch, maybe we'll call it, with SoCal Gas, on one side and the electric, companies on the other side. And I think the jury is out on sort of where that's all going to go. But it has to do with what role natural gas is going to play in our future. And, I talked about sort of counting molecules before. George mentioned biogas. I think one of our key strategies, a strategy that has a clear trajectory for success, is taking some of the things that are now combustion loads and moving them over to electricity. So we're talking about heat pumps, heat pump water heaters, heat pump HVAC systems, moving some industrial processes perhaps over electrification. So utilizing, we're going to have lower cost electricity in bulk from large-scale solar or rooftop solar, but that's happening at a time when we may not be able to use it. And so how can we utilize that electricity, that cheap resource, to do things like pre-cool buildings, storage is a big topic. We haven't talked about it, but there are lots of different kinds of storage. It's not just batteries. So those opportunities are huge because they open up all sorts of local integration of multiple technology platforms that help buildings function, and allow them to take advantage of renewable electricity. Biogas is also a possibility. I think I have yet to see a case that it really can sort of take over the distribution, the core customer kind of distribution of natural gas. I still kind of haven't seen the numbers on how much that can get. How many dairies are there? How many cows does it take to power Los Angeles with supply natural gas to Los Angeles? I don't know the answer to that question, but I think it's a pretty big task to get that done. Are we going to really convert a lot of stuff over to electricity? Are we really going to try to focus on electrification, is what we call it, or are we going to kind of stay the course and try to migrate our natural gas over to biogas? And I think the answer to that question really matters because these are expensive, capital-intensive investments that last decades, and so we really don't want to gold plate all of our systems. We want to focus on the ones that are really going to get the job done. So, again, these are I think both are opportunities,
topics for discussion,
but they're topics going forward that we really are worried about. And there's a lot of smart people looking at and a lot of policy evolution around.
It's good comments. So?
Yeah, so the California Environmental Justice Alliance actually made a priority bill of AB 1550, Assemblymember Gomez's bill that he just talked about. So I'd say that, on that bill, there's definitely no shortage of disadvantaged communities and low-income communities, and I feel like that bill really gets to investments in communities that have been left behind. Another opportunity in policy-wise is another bill that we are sponsoring, AB 2722 by Assemblymember Burke from Los Angeles. And that bill will actually designate $250 million of GGRF money and put it into transformative climate communities. And so what that means is disadvantaged communities experience a number of different issues, whether it is living next to dirty energy or having a lack of access to energy efficiency, living next to freeways, that kind of thing. And so what the bill tries to do is look at, rather than a piecemeal approach of funding project by project, looking at a comprehensive, holistic approach to fund cities to put together a transformative climate plan that is comprehensive and made up of many different components that the community envisions. So larger grants will be given out to agencies and developers who partner with community-based organizations to develop their transformative climate plan and address bringing in more renewable energy, energy efficiency, et cetera, into disadvantaged communities. So I would say that that was a huge opportunity and really kind of the future for us.
It's a great comment. Assemblyman?
First, there's opportunities in a lot of the current existing programs, and I think we should take kind of a look through an equity lens in the sense of how do we make these programs work for the lower income individuals that might not be able to access those programs if everyone gets the same amount or the same rebate or the same credit. Kevin DeLeon's bill that dealt with fuel efficient vehicles, making sure that lower income individuals got more of assistance when it comes to purchasing one of those vehicles, I think is kind of the right way to go, because if you give everybody the same, they're definitely not going to be able to use it. I even used that model when I improved the paid family leave program. Doesn't deal with this, but it does have that same concept. You have to make sure your programs get more resources to the individuals that need it. And this is something that you see Governor Brown has been doing throughout every major policy area. So that's part of it. That's an opportunity to strengthen some of those programs. Additionally, I think the Los Angeles River is one of the best opportunities that we have here in the entire region. It's 51 miles that goes from Canoga Park across the San Fernando Valley, down the east side, all the way to Long Beach. And you actually take a look, there's 37% of the census tracts along the river. We're in the top 10% of the most polluted census tracts. So it is an area that we need to clean up. But imagine if we actually revitalize the LA River and break up all the concrete. It will be actually be able to use that to sequester greenhouse gas emissions and make sure that we get to that last 15% that we need to target. I was reading the report on AB 32 and its implementation. I was saying that 85% of our reductions, 80 to 85% of reduction in greenhouse gas emissions are from our built environment, making buildings more energy efficient, making sure our cars are more fuel efficient, so forth. But that last 15% is really about kind of restoring our natural environment so it can begin to sequester the greenhouse gases. But you can't start 20 years from now. You have to start today, because any kind of tree or greenings could take a long, long time to be at a sufficient size to do that. But also look at the housing that you can build along close to the LA River. LA River has also, I believe, 300 roads that dead end into it. And you have numerous bus tracks. So if you had a bike trail that connected it, you can bring more people from park poor areas into the greenway, make sure that they can actually connect, take care of that, hopefully that last half mile problem when it comes to transportation issues. So the LA River is a great potential when it comes to greening our city and not only to our environment, but also to economic development. You can even look about housing in some of those areas that don't really have the density. So we have a lot of potential along the LA River, and I think that we need to kind of focus on that, and I think we can get there with two leaders of the legislature that cover the LA River.
Good. We have just 5 or 7 minutes left, George, if you want to step in, and then we'll Jonathan and I'll let it finish up.
Thank you. I appreciate the Commissioner's comments about overall energy efficiency and the challenge of managing both gaseous fuel, natural gas, or biomethane, renewable natural gas, with electricity. Where does it make sense to electrify? Where does it make sense to use molecular fuels, gaseous fuels? When you look at overall energy efficiency, molecular fuels are often much more efficient, particularly for thermal applications and in commercial and industrial applications, but even in residential applications. E3, very respected firm, does a lot of work for the agencies, looked at displacing gas for electric. And GHGs actually go up when you do kind-for-kind displacement until you get to about a 50% renewable profile on the electric side. So then the challenge is, well, then how do you grow the renewable profile on the gas side? And that's the challenge. How do we grow our biomethane opportunity? We've got to look to Europe. Germany's got 5,000 biomethane facilities. We've got 50. That has to change. The resources that I talked about, landfills, wastewater, ag, woodland waste. There we go. That's the end point, huh? That represents about a 20% renewable opportunity fully deployed. That's 20% renewable gas. The fuels pathway that ARB has for displacing petroleum fuels represents about another 20% renewable gas pathway. So that's essentially a 40% renewable profile for gas. But again, you look at the EU nations, they're looking at the large rooftop solar that Perma-City is talking about, and they're taking the midday excess when there's too much power being generated the midday. They're taking that electricity, running it through water, producing hydrogen. It's a green hydrogen pathway. And they're methanating the hydrogen and putting it in the pipeline. It's called power to gas. There's about 35 of those projects in the EU nations. We just built the first one in the United States at UC Irvine. We're taking their excess midday solar, converting it to hydrogen, putting it in the pipeline. So there's hydrogen blending and methanation. All of that then is renewable natural gas. So we look at the 2030 to the 2050 timeframe to try to get to a 20, then 40, then 60% renewable profile. We need to think differently about gas supply and more deeply that it doesn't have to be fossil. We're going to use gaseous fuels. How do we use them efficiently, and how do we make them renewable?
That's great. Jonathan, he just gave you some new ideas.
Indeed. Amazing ideas on this panel. We're really interested in doing a community project. We thought Crafted, the one at the port, got us closest to it. We have a very large park that serves the community that we'd like to improve with a large project, but we're also interested in using our technology to help get it out on small businesses to bring their costs down. And of course, as it grows, the projects we built are so big, they have utility-grade interconnects, and I think George looking at alternative ways, whether it's taking some of the excess and turning into hydrogen, putting them back into the pipelines are great ideas. I think we all need to learn how to do that together.
Ella, please.
I think at LA and Sync, we're in the unique space of having the privilege of being a neutral convener. And also, the way tides are turning now, people are not looking at all of this as a zero-sum game. If you get, that means I don't, right? So I think having the opportunity and taking the time to have more of these conversations with this cross-sector collaborative and in this, open and illustrative way is really the basis for how we can then build on all of these potential opportunities that come in the future.
And I know everybody's going to ask for your card to figure out how you can help them get to these programs. So with that, please join me in thanking the panel for an outstanding discussion. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, please join us in welcoming Mary Leslie, President of the Los Angeles Business Council and the LABC Institute.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me first say that I think it's quite well deserved to give everybody here a round of applause, our speakers and sponsors that made today's possible. And especially our summit panelists and moderators. It has been a really informative day so far, I think, and we hope that you will leave here having learned a lot. A special thanks to our summit host, the Getty Center, and Maria Hummer-Tuttle for welcoming us to this beautiful place, and all of you for attending what is really a sold-out conference today, and I'm hoping your friends, family, and colleagues took advantage of the live stream we put up of today's highlights. The entire summit will be available online next week for those of you who would like to rehear portions of this online at the LABC. Also, please use our summit hashtag, LABC Summit 16, to give us your feedback about today's event. And a special thanks to our state senator, President Pro Tem Kevin De Leon, whose leadership on SB 350 last year was so instrumental to cementing California's commitment to environmental policy. And as Richard Ziman said today, our founding chair of the LABC, we are focusing on how business leaders in California, here and abroad, are investing in new clean energy and technology solutions. The LABC is proud of the research, program development, implementation, and evaluation we have done to develop the LADWP's Feed and Tariff program. And today, the LABC Institute released a Fit Pays booklet, which I hope all of you saw inside your program book, which really showcases the best business practices, economic development, environmental, and social justice benefits of this program. This program is really an innovative new program for building owners and the community because it benefits local workers, it attracts new investment, it leverages federal tax credits, it reduces CO2, and we're very proud that LA has the largest program of its kind in the country. We started off the day with Marissa Buchanan, Sustainability Director of JP Morgan Chase, who really shared a historic commitment of her bank and 5 other major banks in the United States made to the Paris Protocol. This is somewhat revolutionary because this is our 10th summit, and financing of projects is always one of the key interests business has. They are helping reduce the risk, the financial risk of renewable technologies and supporting new banking financing policies for clean energy technologies. And as you know, for us to go to 33% in California to 50% is going to require high levels of carbon reduction called for in Paris. A significant amount of new investment capital will be needed to expand the deployment of existing clean technologies and finance the development of innovation. Nadine Watt, the chair of the LABC, our first woman chair of the LABC, will conclude today's summit with an LABC call to action, which is also in your program book behind your program. We thought it would be a good idea, and we've done it every year, to explain what the key objectives and goals we have coming out of a summit like this, so that next year we can talk about what we've actually done or not done. So I would encourage you all to take a look at that and join us, if you're comfortable, and endorse similar policies and goals so that we can make the critical changes that we need at the state and local level to get to these goals. But before moving forward with introducing our business keynote, which is my pleasure this morning, I would like to acknowledge those individuals and companies that made today possible and thank the LABC team led by Steve Coulter, Rachel Levy, and Kelly Papanek, and our Energy and Environment Committee co-chairs who helped plan today's summit, Lori Tierney, Ryan McAvoy, Linda Bernhardt, and Mike Massey. The summit co-hosts that helped pay for today's summit, California Community Foundation, Bank of America, Southern California Edison, Annenberg Foundation, Advanced Microgrid Solutions, Hayward Unisource Solutions, and the Parsons Corporation. Please give them all a round of applause. And of course, a big shout out to our LA Mayor, Eric Garcetti, and his team who are with us here today for creating and leading LA's Sustainability City Plan, which includes a goal to reach 1,500 megawatts of local rooftop solar by 2025 and 600 megawatts by 2017, in addition to achieving the very important goal of a 15% energy efficiency goal by 2020, bringing our city into full compliance with the state's new energy goals. We are now going to hear from an outstanding business keynote, Thomas Warner, President and CEO of SunPower. Prior to joining SunPower, Tom was CEO of the Silicon Light Machines, Vice President and General Manager of the Business Connectivity Group of 3M Corporation, and has held a number of executive management positions at Oak Industries and General Electric. He serves as board member of Cree Inc., Silver Springs Networks, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and is a member of the Marquette University Board of Trustees. Tom holds a Bachelor of Industrial Engineering from the University of Wisconsin, a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering from Marquette, and a Master's degree in Business Administration from George Washington University. Please give a warm welcome to Tom Warner.
You guys hear me? There we go. All righty. It's great to be here. I'm the, between you and lunch. Tough. You're stuck with me. Okay, so I'm Tom Warner. I'm the CEO of SunPower. I've been CEO for 13 years. In solar, that's a really long time. So I have an interesting perspective. This is our company up on the screen. So we are a meaningful solar company. We are top 2 and have been for the last decade. We are $2.6 billion publicly traded, $2.6 billion in revenue. Importantly, we do residential, commercial, and utility scale, so we have the perspective of all 3. Interestingly, we're partially owned by an oil and gas company called Total, so that gives us a unique perspective. You can see some pictures of what we do up on the screen, so it gives you some sense of where we fit. Okay, this is such an awesome time to talk to you guys because, you know, when I started 13 years ago, I thought, wow, solar, what a great opportunity. I came from a startup, right, and it had roughly a $0 billion market opportunity, which was a lesson learned, right? Go to a startup that has a real market opportunity, right? I came into solar and it was $2 billion opportunity. I thought, my God, this is awesome. We had a great team, well-financed, had this great market. And then I was doing an all-hands meeting a year ago, and we were looking at solar installations over time and what it is projected to do. And I said last year, so 12 years in, I said, we are just at the beginning. And in fact, China installed last year as much solar as America has cumulatively. So the thought that we're at the tipping point is just factual. And it is so cool to be part of solar because how often is it that you're in an industry that's being disrupted and you know it, right? Because remember when the first smartphone in early 2007 came out? How many of us said, oh, this is going to dominate. In 9 years, everybody's going to have one of these. Now, Steve Jobs said that because he was sort of motivated to say that. But you didn't know it. As we stand here, we know that the world is going renewable energy. We know the way we get electricity is being completely disruptive, and that creates all kinds of business opportunities. It's just a phenomenal opportunity. I'm going to give you some sense of the market backdrop, some of the statistics, and then how SunPower is being part of that huge opportunity. So, why is it that there's such a massive opportunity? When I started and you said, how would you like to get your electricity? If you said coal, nuclear, or even natural gas or solar, almost 100% of people said solar. But then the utility executives, just to be a little provocative, would say, yeah, but it's ridiculously expensive. You know, this solar stuff, you know, a bunch of tree huggers, it's not the real deal, and only real green people and people that have a lot of money are going to do it. That's completely changed. It's unbelievable. In the last 5 years, the cost of a solar panel has come down 82%. It's unbelievable how fast. We are now, apparently earlier today, some speaker talked about in Mexico, some stupid company bid $37 a megawatt hour, which is 3.7 cents, which is below grid parity. That was us, by the way. And we won. So the cost of solar has come down so much, people want it, and the costs have come down so much that the horse has left the barn. It's over. Solar was the #1 new energy generation resource, past natural gas in America last year. So it's not a question of, you know, will renewables happen? It's a question of how soon, how big. I'm going to give you some numbers, and the answer is it's just unbelievably big. Doesn't mean it's unbelievably easy. Doesn't mean you make tons of money doing it. It just means the opportunity is unbelievably big. There are other things. COP21, don't underestimate COP21. SunPower won 500 megawatts in the auction that Mexico had 2 weeks ago. That was partially because they were motivated to go renewables because of COP21. They committed to reducing their carbon emissions. This is real. Solar is moving around the world partially because COP21 and the countries committed. Now, these people are smart because they've also realized you can get solar energy for $37 a megawatt hour. Now, be careful with that number, by the way, because the auction had more than just the price of electricity. You got paid for congestion and some other things. But if you're one of those countries, you can say, I can go renewable and I can save tons of money doing it. And so this is a real tipping point, as the previous slide said, because of that. Now, let me put some numbers to it. In the next 20 years, there will be, by Bloomberg New Energy Finance Forecast and other forecasts like IEA that are usually lower but then tend to move up, there will be $3.7 trillion of solar installed in the next 20 years. $3.7 trillion. It's unbelievably big opportunity. It's 620 gigawatts. A gigawatt is a coal-fired power plant. So the amount of the opportunity here is unprecedented. There's hardly any other market that has this kind of scale. Now, what that does from a business perspective, of course, is I like to say capitalism works. And that means that everybody wants to be a solar company or a wind company. Everybody's overstated, but competition is incredibly intense, which is great for the consumer. That's how you get 82% of the module cost down over the last 5 years. That will continue, although, of course, you're on a smaller and smaller number, so the size of the change is smaller. But this business opportunity is truly phenomenal. So how does that translate into business for SunPower? This is a picture of the map where we do business, where we do the predominant amount of our business. It's kind of interesting because we're all over the world. Interesting because China is one of the colors, and you might wonder, why is that interesting? Well, I already gave you one stat, and that's that China, in 1 year, installed as much as America had cumulatively. That's rather impressive. The reason why they're doing that, by the way, is you've all seen the pictures. The air quality is horrific. And it's like, you can write your name in the air. And you say, wow, that's so terrible for the people in China. 29% of the air pollution in San Francisco is from China. So we can do COP21, we can reduce our emissions here. We have to do it worldwide. And so that's relevant here. In China is part of COP21. They're serious, they need to be. And it impacts not just them, but us here in America as well. This means jobs, and lots of jobs, which is a really good thing. You can read the slide. I want to talk a little bit about SunPower. SunPower has 70 residential dealers in the LA area. A residential dealer is an independent dealer that mostly sells SunPower. They have 15 to 20 employees, so we have a meaningful employee base in our residential dealer network. We have 65 people in Anaheim, and it is growing rather significantly. One of the myths about solar is that the jobs are one and done. You install the system and then there's no longer any work. And one of the important points I think to recognize is that the industry is growing so fast that the installation jobs and the sales jobs are growing unbelievably. In fact, hiring is one of our biggest constraints in building space, believe it or not. But it's not one and done, because one of the trends in solar that I think will be fascinating as we look forward is the combination of solar with storage with energy management. And if you manage a commercial building, or if you sell commercial buildings or somehow involved with commercial buildings, many of those buildings already have energy management. Many are adding solar. So you have solar when the sun's shining, you're making solar electrons, but when it's not shining, you have to get energy off the grid. That won't be the case years from now. You'll add storage, you'll have energy management, and the combination of the three is you can do some really incredible things, and somebody's going to do that, and SunPower is going to be one of those companies. So there's massive growth in solar as you know it today, and solar is morphing from solar to solar energy and solving energy when the sun isn't shining. So why is this? Kevin De Leon, Speaker Pro Tem, spoke today. It's because of him, and it's because of Jerry Brown. They have a huge impact. They put in predecessor, Governor Schwarzenegger, and Susan Kennedy was up here, and she made a big difference too. First million roofs, then it was 20%, 33%, now 50%. If you create a market, then industry will form around it. And they created a market, and what the commitment was is you make the market, we will scale and we'll get costs down. We're doing our part. So credit to the legislators in California that have created a market environment that's created thousands of jobs, got a lot of unbelievable amounts of carbon out of the atmosphere, and created a market environment, the cost would come down rather dramatically. So hats off to California. We've created a business environment where we are the leader in the world. And I was at COP21, and the California delegation were like rock stars. Everybody wanted to figure out, how'd you guys do it? So hats off to the California legislators over time too. This staying power includes the public utility commissions that have done net metering 2.0, which is absolutely a huge deal, have done storage. So where we're going is where the world is going to go. Now, a few slides on SunPower that will illustrate the things that I'm talking about. So first on the far left, you see Stanford University. There's a thing called direct access in energy. It allows, there's 800 entities, 800 plus, that have direct access, which means they can do renewables off-site and buy it over the grid. There's work being done to allow more companies, more entities to have this ability. So Stanford University said, we're going to reduce our carbon emissions dramatically. And I was in a meeting with the president of Stanford University. He didn't know I was in the audience. And he was going, oh, we got this great solar deal. It was phenomenal. We're going to hit our carbon reduction goals, and we're lowering our energy bill by a ton. And he looks at me and goes, oh, Tom's here. So that's what you can do with solar energy now. And Stanford's a great example of that. Apple's another example where they've committed 100% of their energy is going to come from renewables. Most of the data center companies are doing similar things. So what you see on the far left is a real trend, and hopefully the legislation will pass that more companies can do direct access. The next is in the middle, Macy's. Look at the statistics on Macy's, and this is a site nearby in the picture. 71 Macy's have SunPower systems on them. It's rather incredible. It's 39 megawatts, and then you can see the number of cars and homes. Macy's is a real leader. Macy's is doing this because their customers want them to do this. They're also doing this because the economics make tons of sense. So Macy's is an example, and there are others that we work with that are all across the country retailers. And we are now starting to do some storage with Macy's so that they can combine their storage, their solar, with storage with their existing energy management systems, then they can start to optimize their energy bill. So Macy's very much on the leading edge. And then last, there are many, many such applications like this where we have ground mount systems saving tons of money for various public agencies. We are probably the single biggest partner with public agencies, and here's an example of 4.5 megawatts, again, increasingly competitive. We are also exclusively a partner with KB Homes. You know, if you think about it, you go, you know, it'd be cool if you included solar with a new home, and then it could just be part of your mortgage. Wouldn't that make tons of sense? And doesn't solar make sense? Doesn't it make sense like a cell phone to make energy where you use it? You know, kind of intuitively, like if you could design a new electricity system, would you say, let's make these big polluting coal plants and then we'll have to build transmission all over the place, all throughout everybody's backyards, or alternatively, we could put wind and solar and other resources where people are. And that's happening. That's called distributed generation. This is not easy because the utility economic model does not reward working collaboratively with solar DG. Perhaps that was talked about earlier today. This too will get fixed because in the end it's what the consumer wants, it wins. And this is very cool because we have KB Homes leading the pack, offering their customers solar built into the home, and we see this increasingly. SunPower works with 8 of the 10 top home builders, and you can see some of the statistics of the uptake in new homes. Okay, 2 more slides. And the second one's this really cool video. I'll let you know. So if you haven't enjoyed my talk, you're going to love the video at least. I'm not kidding. It's really good. Okay, so then it's easy for me to stand up here and say, yeah, you guys should go solar, and we did Macy's and all these customers. And we think at SunPower it's very important to emulate your customer in the proverbial eat your own dog food. And so not only do we have solar on our facilities, many of our facilities are LEED certified. We are the only solar company that is circular economy 100, which means this is really, really an important trend, which is the idea of a linear economy where you take resources, turn them into a product, sell it, and then throw it into the ground linearly. That's not going to exist in the future. It's going to be a circular economy where you reuse, and you can do so in a very creative way, and where you're not creating giant landfills, as an example. So we have very large facilities that are in production that have zero waste to landfill, as an example. So we can go to our customers and say, solar is a really, really important part of how you can get LEED certified, and if you want to see it, come to one of our facilities. So we lead by example as a company. And then next, I would like to end my talk with the video, and if you could roll the video, please, that'd be great.
I aspire to acquire the words to tell you this, but forever fossil fuels, now that's ridiculous. Eventually, these resources will run out, like saliva in a dried out mouth. Humans, I swear, are crazy strange. They don't care that they've caused irreversible climate change. So the way we think about energy needs to be rearranged and take a view like me and at a young age. Opinions, I'm self-forming, because I know that this world is transforming. Icebergs melting, global warming, but I hope you know this and my message is not informing. Man, I really hope humans don't wait till the last hour, late at night, thinking in the shower, telling his boss the next day during happy hour, sir, why don't we use solar power? Is it necessary for us to tear our Earth's mantle when it's so easy to harness solar power with the solar panel? It's time we take action, so don't just ramble. I'll do it myself if the job's too hard to handle. It's clear to me that solar panels, we need them greatly, because humans have been absent-minded lately. So shout it from the rooftops and don't be a coward. This idea can change how our world is powered.